Well, I had absolutely no zero plans to continue, but the experimentals got me all so worked up that I want to see if they've actually got anything of what they advertised. What's written on the can in the outposts. So I'm gonna load in and have a looky see. Oh, come on. I know I added a few hundred more buildables to my fucking greenhouse, and now it's taking extra long to load the prospect or the outpost. Hurry it up. Yep, that's half the course so far. Stuttery sound. Shitty textures. That was really an extra long time before it balanced out. Thank you very much for the follow. Okay, so where are we? We're here. We'll go and check. Actually, no, we'll go and check out the farthest one out first, which is here. I'm interested, really interested to see if they bothered to add it to the outpost, because if they didn't, then there isn't really much point to these drills, is there? Oh, my stacks of stone are still there. Your normal iron ore, your normal. You're normal. So are you. So are all of you guys. So are you. Oh, what's this lag spike? There we go. So are you. It would seem a little odd if they put one of those new nodes on the wall. Well, so far, this cave does not have one. Seeing as the only reason we're here right now is to check out the ore veins. I won't mine up anything, we'll just move on to the next. We have another cave around about here. We'll do a circle around the entire outpost. It's not very big, it's not like it's going to take long anyway. Here we are. Normal, 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 normal. This is what I don't get. Some of these small caves are so heavily packed nowadays. That's normal. That's normal. Okay, so there's no ore vein here either. Next. At least we can use the bridge to get across to get to the other ones. This is also going to be a small cave. Checking just in case. Maybe they placed a few outside of caves on somewhere like the outpost, you never know. Oh, I didn't actually check the tech tree. Yeah, biofuel deep mining drill. But I noticed I didn't get back my blueprint point because I had 34 points when I left, but I had the biofuel drill unlocked, and that replaced the biofuel drill. So even though I had that unlocked already, I don't get that point back. Oh, and then a tier 4. They just added it extra, electric deep mining drill. Well, so far everything looks to be normal. Got a particularly nice yield on gold, so I'm kind of feeling like after this I'm just gonna stay in and mine up all of these caves. Yeah, and then we'll just use the bridge to get back across to the other cave. Swing past Mega Greenhouse 2 and 1. For anyone watching, if they're interested, this is Mega Greenhouse 1. Not completely filled yet, but structure's complete. Oh, the generator's not running. Oh, I think I'd have to reset my Audio settings. Where are we? Icarus. No, it says THX spatial audio. That's odd. In normal, I would have heard that. I'd hear the generators from here. Normally. Anyway. Ah, so they made the lights even more pants. Yeah, I have to double check. I think because I patched the experimental, my engine.ini got reset because the lighting looks a lot different. That's normal. So is that. So is that. Well, these are all normal nodes so far. So I very much doubt that they bothered to put it in the outpost thinking, the outposts respawn their nodes anyway, but you don't really take into account the fact that you can easily spend, and I say easily, 6 hours on an outpost without leaving. If you mine, you craft, you hunt, and you build, 6 hours goes past, and you haven't emptied all of the caves. Yeah, so if let's say I emptied this cave and there were veins in here, I'd for sure put a fucking drill down on it and go to the next one. And for sure put a drill down on that one as well. Yeah, and in that 6 hours, it might actually yield me that little extra for me to be able to push on instead of having to relog. Because for sulfur and silica, for sure I would put it down. But absolutely sure I would put it down. Yeah, we'll go check that one. And then basically we're done, and we've done the full circle. That's all outposts, caves. I don't exactly have high hopes that out of, what is it, 2, 4, 6 caves, this one would actually happen to have it. Normal. Normal, 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 normal. Also, yada yada yada. All normal so far. Normal, normal. Not a single drill mineable ore vein on the outpost. Which I'm not exactly surprised by, but it would have been nice. Well, that's thoroughly annoying. Might as well. I don't really know whether I want to delete my sacrifice character right now for the Voyager challenge, but I guess about the only way I'm gonna get the opportunity to see if the you have to move these again. Well, okay, fair enough. That was oh, it's actually receiving power now, is it? So then what's not getting power if that's getting power? Because when I put it down, it wasn't getting powered. So something on the network is missing out. The carpentry bench. Even though that's sooner on the line than that one. Yeah, the line starts around here downstairs and then extends out that way. So that's at the end of the line and that's more at the beginning of the line. Well, anyway, we're going to be making a... No, fuck it. I'm going to disconnect the fucker. I hardly ever use that, and I use the electric carpentry bench all the fucking time. Until I make another generator. I need to be able to use that. Is it gone? Lovely. That's that then. We're low on copper as well, aren't we? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well that's that. We've tested and there's zero drillable veins on outpost. So we'll go back to character select. Yes. Oh, here we go. Deep mining drill. Biofuel. 12 steel, 24 copper. So that's over half a stack of steel. Over a stack of copper. 12 epoxy and 20 electronics, which is basically 60 more copper. Oh, yay. Deep mining drill electric. At least it doesn't use composites. 25 aluminium, which is already in short supply sometimes. 20 electronics, 12 screws. Who gives a shit? That's like 12% of a piece of steel. You might as well just up that to like 100 screws. It's the equivalent of saying you need one steel ingot. 8 titanium, 8 carbon fiber. Yeah, well, both of those are suffering from the typical T4 bullshit, which is the 20 electronics. It's like slash by 50%, then yeah, okay. And the exact same for all the other benches. But, okay. Should we get rid of sacrifice number 9? I really like this dude. I don't know if I had to choose whether I'd get rid of sacrifice 9 or sacrifice 1. And seeing as I haven't played with sacrifice 1 for a long time, and he's also a solo build, just like Diamond Hammer. he's got way less XP in the grand scheme of things. And if I'm going to kill him, then I don't want that on him. Let's get my link, shall we? That's all I need. Oh, I'm the last person that's actually posted something in self-promotion. Hello, viewer. Who has joined us? Someone from Discord, perhaps? I need to take note of this, because this is going to get clipped. And I'm going to make a nice little short from it with some horror music over it. We're at 26 minutes. I'm sorry, dude. I liked I liked playing with you. It was great while it lasted. Wave, bye bye. Love you now. Slightly less sickly skin tone. What are we going to name this guy? What can we name you? I don't want to just go with sacrifice 10. No, we will do it with no Roman numerals. You, my friend, are sacrifice X. Because X makes everything better. Just like you slap it in front of men, and it's great. NASA puts it in front of experimental vehicles, so why not an experimental character? There we go. Loadout. Let's slap something fun on you. I wouldn't mind. That's one thing I wouldn't mind spending a little bit more money on, because I'm getting sick of having to switch in between them all the time, and it's only $100. Yeah, I'll buy another Hark. So you can have your own Hark. What do we have here? Did they make any changes in here? That's still stupidly priced. All of that is the same old, same old. And we have backpacks, don't we? Yeah, we have backpacks. Okay, let's slap a Hark on you. We'll give you add lift. We'll give you movement speed. What was this? This was Voyager, wasn't it? I'll take oxygen, water. I don't know. L10. Because all we're going to do is beeline it from the drop point, basically, to the L10 area. That's all we're going to do in the desert. And I can't take both if I want to take a full loadout of other tools. I'd have to pick. Pun intended. Sushi or dong. Well, seeing as we're going to have to make an iron pick one way or the other, because I'm going to break that long before we have... I might as well just go with the sushi and mine titanium, platinum, copper and gold with that, and then pull my finger out and get a iron pick made toot sweet, so then we can take the gatherers and the survival. There we go. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, that looks about right. New prospect. Where are you? Voyager.
ACS might have all the tech in the world, but they need someone who knows Icarus.
That'll be me, Soul.
Things haven't been running smoothly down there for them. They've been losing teams, equipment, and resources. So they're looking to outsource.
Amateurs.
Someone with a proven record. Because this one's gonna get wild.
Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. Unfortunately, you did. Yes. Unfortunately, you did. I deleted it already to make this character that I'm dropping into Voyager with. But you can scrub into it a bit. It's still there. It only happened like 5 or 6 minutes ago.
The ACS might be loud, weird, and paranoid, but they got the tech and the cash to do whatever they want. There's a lot riding on this one, and they know it. They sent the objectives through already, so get to the zone as soon as you can. And hope you got better luck than their last crew.
I'm on it, Sol. Count on me. Oh, that's sulfur. Idiot. We want oxide. And we want some wood. We'll have a drink. Forgot that. Get some. Oh, come on then, son. Come and get some. Come and get some. That's right. I haven't killed anything aggressive in so long. Oh, we've got an arrow and a dream, boys. Where's this? Where'd the oxide get to? All right, lads. Follow me. Come right this way. Step right up, step right up. Three stabs in the face, handed out here. Let's get some of that lovely oxygen giving mineral. And we're off. Should have gone for the other one. Silly Billy. Oh, I need the other map. I almost forgot. There we go. Come on, load it up, please. Both of you, Icarus Intel and the game. Pull your finger out. Having fun, are we? I know I am. Yay. Now we can put a little bit more damage on that. Like that. Do we really need anything else right now? As far as blueprints go? No, we don't really. We'll keep on trucking. We want to get to L10 as quickly as humanly possible. Oh, I'm not gonna spend enough time in the desert to need it. I'm basically like literally just running my way to L10. If I'm lucky, I can get away with not even having to spend a night here. Just follow the river. South. Hang a right. Follow the river through a small valley. Hang a left and we're basically at the M9 crossover cave. There we go, that'll do us. We just need to make sure to pick up sticks. So I mean, if I make the bone sickle, I won't get sticks anyway. And that's exactly what I need from the auxiliary drop of bushes and things right now. Yeah, that's why I do these little challenges periodically, because you get so used to having certain talents and certain things at your disposal when you start completely fresh again. Oh look, there's squash. Where are we? N4. I'll screenshot that so I can report it to Icarus Intel. And we're moving. It would be nice to try and cut down a tree and possibly get some coconut, because I really don't want to spend the extra time it'll take to stop and cook something. Oh, would you look at that? 3 of them to boot. invited you to the party? Thought you were a cougar for a minute there. You're making such weird noises. Go on with you. Oh, and there's more squash. We'll screenshot that as well. Could have just stayed on the other side of the river, mate. Oh, one thing we could upgrade to, though. Oh, we can't. We've still got another level to go. That's the one thing I always forget. I'm always wanting to make bow and arrows. The massive lack of stamina isn't particularly fun either. Just got to keep an eye on the Icarus intel map. If we happen to have a storm roll in, so I know what direction to run to a cave. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Just had to mute the microphone for a second with a bit of a cough. What was that all about? For some reason, Twitch Studio Beta opened as well. I must have misclicked when I was faffing about there. Yep, this is where we're going to start moving towards the right with the river. They're not aged yet. If it was aged, we could eat another one, get another different buff. There's so few animals, though. This is a particularly sleek run. We've normally been attacked by like 4 or 5 times more animals than we come across now. And we stay this side of the river because this is where all the caves hang out. M6, M6. Yeah, there's caves here. Come on in, son. should have just stayed sat under the palm tree, enjoyed life. At last. That's enough of that. This is aged, so we can have one of them. We're not really going to have very many caves to speak of. M6. Oh yeah, we are just coming up on the bend. Okay, never mind, I didn't say anything. There's going to be another two a little further on. Why the hell are we lagging so much? My frames just disappeared when that cougar came up on me. Oops, wrong way. We need to be going west. Come on, get out of the water already. There we go. Oh, and we could be getting some more damage. Did this thing go ripe yet? Oh, it's mature. It's ripe and then mature. Okay, sorry. We don't eat that one yet. That's what's great about the coconut. You get 3 different types of buffs from it, so you can basically fill all of your stomachs from just one food type. You just got to wait. Speaking of which, let's see if we can get some more, because we're down to our last one. We need to eat something anyway. Today, who's there? Oh, just an antelope. 1 coconut. No coconut. Hello, Mr. Boar. Good night, Mr. Boar. How are we doing on? There we go, we need to top that off. It's a bit odd. I'm getting a lot more lag spikes than I'm used to for some reason. We've got to pay attention here because the river basically turns into no more than a light stream and animals don't swim in it. So So if we come against a cougar or something, then... I mean, see, my frames are just terrible right now, and I don't know why. Stop for a moment. Maybe it's loading something or something, I don't know. Well, it tends to balance itself out sooner or later, so we'll just push on. And then we'll be making a left up here shortly by the palm trees. Oh, you're ripe. And you're young. Now we have all 3 coconut buffs at once. Well, this is my fastest run to date. But then again, no, I don't want to jinx it. I usually come across at least one storm on my way there. That's what we wanted to do the first time around, but we missed. Oh, hello. Are you joining the party? I'll take that, thank you very much. And that. I'm going to need to start adding someone to health and stamina as well soon, as well as movement speed. We're already one-shotting what we need to one-shot with this base bow and the bow and arrows anyway, so... Oh, one thing I don't want to forget before we go is... Did we unlock that yet? Yes, we did. We're going to want that. We're going to want that. What else are we going to want? That's about it, really. Until we hit 10. And then we'll take a time out at the other side of the cave. Made it just in time. Where we'll cook up some... Oh, yeah. We might actually want to be able to see something too. Would be helpful. all the settings are the same. I hope the engine INI is also the same. Oh, hang about. This is our first cave. We've got to keep an eye out for possible veins. There's nothing there, okay. They're all normal looking ones so far. Well, I guess not every cave's going to have one, is it? It's going to be more of a potluck. It might as well keep our eyes open just in case. Anything up here? Other than hyenas? Not that I can tell. Oops. Went too far. That's also a normal one. Well, no veins. No vein ores yet. We'll take 5 here. Hey. What's going on? That's very odd. Let's chuck that in there. Take stock. Let's see. We've got arrow materials. Don't really need that. Okie dokie. What do you want, Mr. Hyena? Would it happen to include a pointy stick? I'm handing them out. Completely free. Let's have some om nom noms. It's really disappointing that my frames are bad. I'm going to turn RTX off just to see if there's a... yeah. I mean, it is experimental. I get that. But if they've changed something with the lighting system yet again, that's going to be 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Performance-wise, I'm not going to be a happy camper because I've been able to play with RTX on basically all the time recently. I only start getting the usual lags after like 3 or 4 hours gaming. Then I just restart the computer and everything's hunky-dory again. Yeah, now it's butter. Without RTX, it's completely butter. Who's that? Go away, Mr. Deer. Only another half an hour to go. Don't want to be traipsing through this part of the forest at night. It's where the bears live. If I'm going to get my face chewed off, I at least want to see it happening. And in this area, there's the possibility of 3 different bear spawn locations. There's one further up this little stream. Yeah, and then he'll meander down here, and he tends to be the one that kind of like circles down around here. Yeah? And there's another one that's almost dead center of that forest, and he basically just does laps in the forest. And there's another one right at the top end of the forest that just does laps around the top end of that forest. And you can get maybe 2 of them spawning in roughly at the same time, but you usually, you usually only encounter one of them. Oh great, now we have to wait for the storm too. Well, Voyager storms are turned up to 11, so we're going to wait this one out, even if it means putting up with pneumonia. We haven't really got anything else that we can be getting on with, have we? We've used all of our talent points. Might as well get the fire whacker, that's one I always forget to get. Never use the spears, I have a knife. By the time that breaks, I'll be up at iron knife anyway. Ah! Home sweet home. We'll just walk the cave borderline. Once we get too much exposure, we'll go in. You put your left leg in, put your left leg out. We just do the hokey cokey with the cave. The one thing I always forget to do is pay attention behind me, because I've had it no end of times when I'm just dossing around here and then a fucking cougar will come up from behind me. And we need to aim for, if the map would actually load in, thank you very much. We need to aim for L10. It's where we normally set up camp on Voyager. In the mouth of that lovely little cave that gives us a nice boost. And we've got various caves within walking distance. Oh, someone wrote on Discord. Who wrote to me on Discord? That's rather lucky. Well, as soon as it goes into the light green, we'll go to sleep, pack up, and shove off. Well, at least we've got a couple of patches of squash to report to Icarus Intel so they can update the map. Oh, are you doing this to me now? Grab you. You're playing funny beggars as well. Grab you. And we're off to the races. Yeah, I'd rather climb up there, because if there's a bear down there, then we don't have to deal with him. We just skirt around him. Hug mountains, don't bomb through forests. Fucking collision boxes. Might as well, seeing as we've got no other buffs right now. Where's all the berries at then? There we go. Get our berry buff on. It's Mr. Buffalo. No worries. I'll pick up a little bit more of that. So already all set. Oh, and how many arrows do we have? Because we're definitely going to come up against at least 3 bears on our way. We've got 20. How many can we make? We'll make another 20. So as we come around this, yeah, this is basically bear territory forest. It more or less ends up here, and then you're safe. We'll go around this mountain. You can sometimes find the odd bear here, but they don't spawn here. He spawns. What is it? Not even here, actually. Down here. You can find the odd one down here, but they don't actually spawn here. They just wander in from the other area that's bear territory further along. One of our viewers left just as we were getting into bear territory. Could see some nice bear jousting. Go on with you. Yeah, and then we're going to be getting back into bear territory just as we pass through these trees. At this kind of area, you might find one wandering around that spawned further up that way and just walked over here. There's like 3 or 4 spawn points for them over here as we go towards L10. One of which is up here, the other of which is down there. I haven't seen one of you guys in days. Damn, son, I forgot you guys are so much faster here. They're like 10% faster or something. Already have a prime specimen in front of us. We're going to have to relay race you, Mr. Bear. We might have to. He's right in front of us. I can hear his plodding footsteps from here. He's probably gonna bound over to one of the carcasses. That's why I'm not approaching. I'd rather have him come up and be distracted. You not want to come and get one of the wolf carcasses? You really that lazy? I'm going to have to come and get you myself. I don't hear or see him, so he's either laid down or he's turned around and gone. Yeah. And then we hear him again. Where's the other wolf? If you're not going to come and eat him, I fucking will. Yeah. Keep your fucking knickers on. I'm coming already. Where'd you get off to? There's Mr. Bear. I haven't seen one of you guys in so long. That was a particularly shit joust on my part. Not paying anywhere near enough attention. And mind you, I don't have a particularly amazing movement speed yet. Let's eat our way back to health. Hold on to a little, just in case. Where are you? There you are. Let's use one of them before we have issues and swiftly move on. It's so tempting. That would he'd basically get me quite a ways into level 8. We could just relay race him, couldn't we? Just do it the safer way. And tell me that that's fair when there were two other fucking arrows sticking out of his face and we couldn't get them because they just poof disappear. Where's the movement speed? Ah, there. Right there. Missed it. And there's the possibility for 3 different places for bears up here as well. There's one that spawns this side of the forest. There's one that spawns on the... Well, actually 4. There's one that spawns this side of the forest. There's one that spawns in the little valley thing in between this and the other side. He spawns on the other side of the forest, on the other side of that little valley, and then one down in front. could have sworn I heard the sound of at least one of them. We've got a Mr. Wolf approaching from over there somewhere. I can hear the mouth breather. Yeah, you've got very soft little pitter-patter footsteps. I can still hear you, mate. There's another one over there. Come on. Come out from behind your rock. You probably sat down. Anyway, let's make our way into this cave, shall we? Oh, it's on our hotbar. Hello? Anyone home? Well, we're nicely loaded. On the positive side. But by the looks of it, this one also doesn't have one of those drillable node veins. What do you want, Mr. Bear? We've got to step up our aim. I'm being particularly shoddy with my aim at the moment. Damn, son, them's a lot of bones. I'll have that, thank you. And all your wares. We need to get started on a rudimentary base here before we really start to rack up too much weight. We'll put what we can in the campfire, which isn't really much. Chuck that in there as well. We're going to need some wood. We basically just want to put a door on the cave, more or less. get to a masonry bench as quickly as possible. Well, actually, tell a lie. This is Voyager, it's concrete. I really don't want to do what I did last time. There's nothing there, you dirty little Arab. It's just a blood stain. They do that a lot. They'll lock onto the site of where there was a carcass, and they'll go over and they'll be doing... Oh no, there was. Would you look at that? Silly me. But there are times, regardless, there are times when they just lock onto an empty spot where there was a carcass, and they'll start going through the motions like they're eating something, but there's nothing there. That wasn't one of those times, because there actually was a carcass there for once. Totally forgot that I killed that wolf. Yeah, that was the one that I got that was sneaking up while the bear was coming, wasn't it? Anyone else? No. Okay, let's get a bit more wood and berries. The last time I did this, to get into concrete so I didn't have to bother with stone, that little cave that we're in right now, it was so packed full of shit. It was annoying. If I'm going to cave it, I'm either going to need to look for another cave, that maybe go back towards like the M11. There's at least a medium-sized cave there. Well, actually, even this is supposed to be medium-sized. The only thing medium about this is that the load of nodes inside, but size-wise, this is as good as a small cave. This is the kind of position we don't want to be in. Oh, and we've got no room. Okay, we'll shut that away. 2, 4, and 6 of that. No one else? Good. Where does the cave effect start? Oh, quite far in. Could have sworn it normally starts sooner. Never mind. We'll get rid of the cave door. We'll be able to make a little bit more use of what's there. Slap a door on it. Oh, I thought we'd got to 10 already. Okay, then we're going to have to go and kill something. Make some room, make some room. How many? 27. Should help free up some space. That's a lot of leather. Oh, we've got more meat to put on the fire. Well, if anything, we want to be getting rid of weight, not picking more up. Oh! I totally forgot about you. There we go. Up our carry weight a little. We're going to have to go looking for trouble. We need to level up. What are we going to do now? Get that extra bit of movement speed. Well, as long as we're not actually actively doing anything, we might as well just do that. Because that gives us more movement speed as well. Sorry, Mr. Buffalo. I need your XPs. Bollocks. Can't be firing it like it's a longbow. Who was that? I thought that was a bear that laid down. Yeah, there's usually another bear that frequents this area. But of course, when we actually want a bear, we can never fucking come across one. Guess seeing as we're in a forest, we could just be doing that, couldn't we? On top of everything else. Where are you, Mr. Bear? Where are you? We need to have a chat, mate. Oh. We'll chat later. What are you trying to do, mate? Bit of a slow day today, this one. We'll repair at the end when it's over. Window. Someone brought up a good point about the veins. Yeah, we're good enough here. Return to character select, yes. We'll go to you, select character, outposts, create new, drill testing. Look at how smoothly it loads in now. There's nothing on this map yet. Contrary to my other one that's full of all kinds of shit and I lag like a motherfucker on the way down. Oh, you twit. I'm such a fucking tit. I didn't even bring a fucking pick. Okay, where are we? There's number one. Do I even have stone pick unlocked with this character? I think I do, because this was my first character. Man, look at how fucking buttery smooth that is. Let's turn RTX back on quickly, shall we? Come on, where's all the rocks? I haven't made one of those in donkey's years. Oh, it's the outpost. We're not going to need to protect ourselves from anything. We'll go from right to left this time. Probably be quicker. And then we go there. Boom. These are all normal ones so far. Quite a shit hole, to be honest. Way worse than this cave usually is. There's at least 5 or 6 more nodes than this in this cave. At least. And I don't think I've ever come in one of these caves and not found gold on an outpost. Well, so far we're 0 for 2 on the veins. We go here. Well, we're 0 for 3 so far, it would seem. Because these are all normal nodes. And then we've got another one here and one here. don't want to suffocate while we do so. Dude on the Discord just said that he had one that was kind of in the water, so I went through the water this time to check as well. Not that I had noticed anything in the water in the last one. Would have been pretty obvious. Now we go over here. Seems so odd not having my house here on the bridge. And the bridge to nowhere. And the greenhouse. Hey Stormy. Not much, mate. Oh, it's going good. It's going good. I've managed to finish one of the two greenhouses. I just need to populate it with crop plots, but right now I'm just checking a new copy of the map in experimental build, because they added a new drill, and there are all veins now. They look like a node just like squished into the ground. And you can put a new drill on it, and there's a biofuel version and an electric version. And you put it down and it chugs away and it does the job for you. It's just a couple of people have already managed to test it, and what testing they were able to do, it sounds interesting and I was really happy, but it was yet another letdown. The guy got, I think he said it was like 4 sulfur in about 3 minutes. So he got 1 sulfur every 40 seconds, which is twice as slow as the extractor. And seeing as it's not something you find in every cave, because they want to make it, you know, not too rare, but not something that's just around every corner. You'd literally have to have them on like half a dozen of the same type of node to get any decent yield that would be worth anything. And they even put in the patch notes that it's just what you can set it down and leave it running, and the vein itself is supposed to be like really deep that you can get a lot out of it. It just takes a stupidly long amount of time, like so stupidly long amount of time that in that space of time you can easily get like 100x the amount by mining it yourself. And it's supposed to be for copper, iron, gold, sulfur, and coal, but not the platinum and the titanium yet. But it's just stupidly slow. Like, I did the math. the amount of epoxy I used on the greenhouse to build one of the greenhouses, the amount of sulfur I would need to make the amount of epoxy, it would take one of those machines over 7 hours to mine the amount of sulfur that I used up on that one build. There's no realistic purpose to it, because the one that actually no, of course not. Nothing runs offline when you're not in the game. Exactly. And that's what just about every single person that's commenting in the experimental branch is saying. Some people are still having issues with it, even working at all. Some people haven't even been able to physically put it down. Where's the last one? The last one's over here somewhere, I think. Like, honestly, they're and this is a completely new thing. Oh, exactly. We're saying exactly the same thing. It's a decent thing if it's not, mind-numbingly slow. Like, if you pass it out, it takes, oh, just a second. It takes half an hour for you to get. What was the math? Just a second. I've got my calculator here. It was 40 seconds for one. So 50 times 40 divided by 60. Yeah, it takes you 33 minutes to get a stack. So that's basically 2 hours for 200, which is the equivalent of making one stack of epoxy. 2 hours. And one stack of epoxy you can use up in about 5 seconds. But in that 2 hours, if I go out mining, I can come home and I can go out and mine, come home, offload, go out, mine, offload, go out, mine, offload, and have roughly, I don't know, about 2,000 sulfur in the same space of time. How long will it take to get the drill refunded? Well, seeing as the electric version is T4 and it takes high-tiered materials, including 20 electronics, pretty damn long. Like, honestly, the biofuel version should have been... Well, actually, you can't say that the electric version should be T3 because you don't have any power generating capability at T3. I was going to say something silly when I realised before I said it. No, 40 seconds. 40. The extractor takes 20 seconds to get one exotic. The electric version, yeah. The electric, not the biofuel. The biofuel is even slower. So you have to get to T4 level and have electricity to be able to power it to get one resource every 40 seconds. No, we said exactly the same thing. Said exactly the same thing, mate. It's just, of course, the devs opened up experimental branch at something like 9 or 10 p.m. New Zealand time. Yeah, and okay, it's is it Friday already today? It's Friday today, isn't it? I'm fucking losing track. It is Friday, isn't it? Yeah, it's Friday. No, it's Thursday. It's Thursday. Yeah, but it's basically it's 3 a.m. on a Friday morning for them. So they're going to wake up, in a couple of hours and go to work and find the experimental branch just chock pack full of people losing their minds and complaining about the drill. So they've got the rest of their work day today to, possibly balance it or change things. And maybe we'll see like a bit of an update or hotfix in a new experimental version to give that some testing before it goes live. But basically, what is it? It's 3 a.m. there. 3 plus 6, that's 9. So in basically 18 hours, 19 hours, if they don't change anything, then we're going to get a steaming hot pile of shit in the update again. Anyway, I don't know why I'm running around this place. I can go back to the character select. I just came here to check the caves and I checked them and there's nothing there. If I'm up, I might as well stay up. I have to start work in 5 hours time, and I'm not gonna sleep within 5 hours. I deleted one of my level 99 characters, and I started a new one. This Sacrifice X, because technically he's Sacrifice number 10. But I thought I'd go with the Roman numerals because the X makes it sound a little better. Oh, I think so. I think so. And the way I asked when they first opened up experimental branch, when there was still quite a lot of devs around, I asked them if there's any, even like a ballpark ETA on any kind of vehicle. I'm not talking like rover and trailer and that kind of stuff. I'm talking a quad bike, a motorcycle, anything that we can get on and move around faster. And the guy said, let me see if I can find it. There's been a lot of talk since. Yeah, here it is. Is there a ballpark ETA on some sort of vehicle? And then this Heightmare guy says, nah, it would probably be months for a full-on four-wheel gig. We'd need a new map for it, on top of the one already in progress. Something like a scooter could come faster, though. Yeah, and that's it. That's what he said. And I asked a couple of follow-up questions and maybe, possible extra info. And nothing. Just crickets. So, honestly, if this is the way that they carry on, I know Starfield is still 9 months away. Yeah? Unfortunately, I think it's November. Let me double check that before I put a foot in my mouth. Starfield on wish list, release date. Yeah, November the 11th, 11/11/22. That's the planned release date. They've got until then to get their shit together, and unless they go in a seriously bad direction between now and then, I'll just go back to playing Satisfactory or anything else, to be honest. But as far as I'm concerned, they've got until the 11th of November, and if they don't pull their fingers out of their asses, then things don't seriously get better, I'm just going to go to Starfield and not look back, because that looks absolutely fucking glorious. I don't know if you've had a look at the trailer to that or not, but it looks even better than Icarus, and it's Bethesda. It's supposed to be their new franchise to like beat out Fallout, and it's single player, so it's going to be lots of story time. And if anything, Bethesda have proved that they're good at that. Yeah, it was when they changed to Fallout 76 that things started to go bad. When they were just doing Fallout standalone games, they were good. They were Game of the Year good. And this is their follow up after Fallout. They really pulled themselves up by the bootstraps and put things together. Look, I'll bring it down. I'll exit this for now, because I'm probably not going to continue. Just a second, this fucking Icarus doesn't want to exit even though I've clicked exit already. It does this lately. You click quit to desktop and it takes fucking forever for it to stop. Stop. Confirm. Fuck off. Good. Feast your eyeballs on this.
Constellation Starship Frontier. We have you on scanners. Performing remote systems check. Helium-3 tanks checked. Seals are intact. We are still go.
They say the
This is
wonder
in-game
not that the
footage.
field of stars
This is
so
in-game
vast,
footage.
but that we have measured it. You're part of Constellation now. Part of
No,
our
why would they?
family. What you've found, it's the key to unlocking everything.
We reach your constellation.
This is all we've been working towards.
Jemison route looks good.
We've come to the beginning of humanity's final journey.
Prepare for departure. Graviton loop array spool check. Your space lane is clear.
That's why we're here.
Main engines go. Ignition.
To discover what's out there.
Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
Yeah. Absolutely. But to be honest, I mean, you're a big Skyrim guy. Yeah? And you've played Fallout, I take it. And both of those, I think I can call. I haven't even played it, but just because, only because of the mods. Okay, I wasn't really aware of that. Fallout, everything. Fallout 3, 4, New Vegas, all of the mods or all of the DLCs for Fallout 3, in particular Mothership Zeta and the Pit. Oh, but I mean, it's coming from these people, and supposedly they're putting efforts into this to pull themselves out of the shit after Fallout 76. Yeah, open world, RPG, single player. What other tags are there? Oh, popular user-defined tags. They haven't actually given it any tags yet. About this game, Starfield is the first new universe in 25 years from Bethesda Game Studios, the award-winning creators of The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim and Fallout 4. In this next-generation role-playing game set amongst the stars, create any character you want and explore with unparalleled freedom as you embark on an epic journey to answer humanity's greatest mystery. This is their new single-player game. This is what they've been putting all of their efforts into. And I'm really, honestly, I hate to say it, but you know, I need to keep that little spark of childish naivete inside, you know, alive. That when it came to single player games, they didn't disappoint. They haven't disappointed me, at least. Yeah, I played all of the Fallouts and I loved every single one of them. I can't say I loved 76. It was nice. Yeah, but all of the other Fallouts, they were all wonderful. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. If they've really been funneling as much into this as they've been letting on, this is going to be epic. I mean, it looks beautiful so far. I mean, there was another trailer for it. Starfield trailer. Was there a gameplay for it? 4 minutes official. Oh, I've watched this. Reveal for Starfield. Everything we know about Starfield. But I'm not sure if this is the same one or not. It's transformative. We're talking about it.
Constellation Starship Frontier. We have you on scanners. Performing remote systems check.
Okay, it's basically the same up until this point. This is the extra content.
Hi, I'm Emil Pagliarulo, Design Director of Bethesda Game Studios. We're very excited to offer you this exclusive look at Starfield and the exciting universe we've created, which is an area of our solar system we call the Settled Systems. Our game is set in the year 2330, in a relatively small pocket of the Milky Way, in an area that extends outward from our solar system for approximately 50 light years. Around 20 years before the start of the game, the two largest factions in the Settled Systems, the United Colonies and Freestar Collective, engaged in the bloody Colony War. Today, the major factions enjoy an uneasy peace, but the Settled Systems is still pretty dangerous. There are plenty of human threats out there, like ecliptic mercenaries, pirates of the Crimson Fleet, violent spacers, or even the fanatical religious zealots of House Varun.
Which they don't show
The
you.
organization known as Constellation is committed to uncovering the mysteries of the galaxy, and as one of its newest members, you'll explore the deepest reaches of the Settled Systems, and you'll find yourself at home in the Starfield.
Well, it depends really. It depends what kind of depends on what kind of a multiplayer game you're making. I mean, if you're making a multiplayer shooter, it's a no-brainer really. There's so many of them been made already. You just have to roughly follow what's been set down with things like COD and Tarkov and Battlefield and you know God knows what else. Well, not necessarily. I mean, if you look at the Fallout series, for example, depending on what direction you go, you can have up to like four. You've got the Enclave, you've got the Brotherhood, you've got the Minutemen, you've got those other underground people, and what was the other ones? There was another one. I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, and depending on which direction you go, you can totally have the Brotherhood as enemies, or if you don't go the Enclave direction, then you can fight the Enclave instead. It all depends on what direction you go. That's the great thing about in Fallout, at least. That was one of the great things about the storytelling. Depending on who you allied with, things changed up. I probably completed. Which was the one with the Liberty Prime? I think that was Fallout 3. The thing that the Brotherhood put together. I probably completed Fallout 3 like 3 or 4 times, just going in different directions. And that's a lot of gameplay hours. I mean, that's got like 100+ gameplay hours if you do a moderate amount of the side quest. The railroad, that's the underground ones. Yeah, yeah. But the Institute is basically the Enclave. So yeah, that's my big hope. Because even if they you know pull a fast one and delay it a little, what we'll have to wait until December, maybe January of the next year. Between now and then, I'm sure I'll be able to occupy myself. If nothing else, I'll begrudgingly play Icarus. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. I mean, with the majority of other single player games, you've got side quests and things, but the main quest itself, you've more or less got one direction to go. You can do little offshoot things, but other than that, it's fixed. That was what was really good about those games. They were when they started to introduce alternate storylines depending on who you allied with. It can. I'm not saying it doesn't. It adds an extra. Adds an extra level of in. I mean, Horizon Zero Dawn is linear, and that's fucking amazing. That's like the game of games. So yeah, there's definitely something to be said about linear, and Death Stranding is linear. Yeah, that was fucking amazing. But okay, what has Hideo Kojima made that isn't amazing, really? It keeps. I mean, it keeps you on your toes. I mean, in Fallout 3, for example, you can more or less sidestep a significant portion of some of the quests, depending on who you ally with. If you're against the Brotherhood, you probably lose out on about 20 to 25 hours of gameplay. Should we carry on with Sacrifice X or just go back to the outpost? Let's go back to the outpost for a little, have a little bit of chill time. Where are we? Hold fast, outpost and chill. I'll show you what I got up to. You haven't seen it yet anyway, Stormy. Mega Greenhouse 1 and 2. Yeah. I'm definitely a bloodhound when it comes to comes to side quests. I prefer to have as many of the side quests as I can possibly get my hands on before moving on in a next main part of this. Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me. Oh, I think I know why. Send and close. I need to go back. No, not play. I need to go back and properties, betas, none, close, update. I need to roll it back to the normal version because I was on experimental. That whatchamacallit, that outpost was a normal one, not experimental. I'm really hoping that didn't fuck it up now. If that fucked it up, that's like 45, 50 hours of gameplay just down the toilet. Now, those are interesting little tidbits. Like in Fallout 3, when you go to the before you go to the institute, you can completely leave out the railroad if you want to. But there's a way after the Brotherhood of Steel of going directly to the institute without having to go through the railroad. That is 3, isn't it? I'm not getting it. No, that's 4. Fuck, I can't remember this. So that New Vegas was completely different. Speaking of which, I should try and dig up my special edition box set, little limited edition box set of New Vegas. I've still got the code. I've still got the code for it, and I won't have to buy it again. I think I've got Fallout 3 in one of the other launchers. I'm not sure if it's Origin or I think I've got it activated I've got it activated somewhere. Oh, that's fun and logical because the big boss man is preparing for the fight, and the longer that you leave it, the more time he has to prepare. Oh, it has to re-download the shit. Well, it won't take long since it's 3 minutes left. A ball of goo. Did did they ever make a game along the lines of Starship Troopers? Like the movie Starship Troopers? Because that was a fun game, and it was a very interesting premise that you could easily have turned into a game. Easily turned into a kick-ass game. Starship Troopers. Oh man, that's it's not an A-list movie, but it's not a B movie either, and it's got a pretty serious cult following, and it's got some funny bits in it, and it's got some decent action. It's a it's not a comedy action film, but it's more of a light-hearted action film, but it's got some seriously good effects in it for the time. Well, actually, it holds up. It holds up. Well, while we're waiting for my game to patch. Yeah, you don't watch movies, do you? Where are we? Trailer. And the movie takes itself more seriously than people did.
In every age, there is a cause worth fighting for. But in the future, the greatest threat to our survival will not be man at all.
Hey, kid, what's going on? War! We're going to war!
Now the youth of tomorrow must travel across the stars to defend our
A
world.
very young
We
Neil
are a
Patrick
generation
Harris.
commanded by fate to defend humankind.
Everyone fights, no one quits.
We are going in with first wave. You smash the entire area. You kill anything that has more than 2 legs. You get me? We get you, sir.
But they will face an enemy more devastating than any ever imagined.
Here it comes!
Incoming!
Mayday, mayday, this is Roughneck 2-0.
We're under attack, sir. We need retrieval now.
Someone made a damn mistake.
The bugs laid a trap for us, didn't they?
TriStar Pictures takes you to the front lines of the next frontier.
Kill them all.
Starship Troopers.
Back in the day, this was a really fun movie, and it's got quite the cult following. It's nice. And it's honestly, it's amazing the number of people under the age of 30 that I mentioned this movie to, and they have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. And it's not like it's a super old movie either. Is that it? That was it. I wouldn't mind seeing a new Predator that's actually done properly in the vein of the first two movies. Because I'm a big Predator buff. Oh, on the Starship Troopers, the Overlord made a comment. I didn't notice. Well, let's hope you still work. Oh, okay. I'm happy it patched back to the normal version so quickly. Well, it's loading in. You can tell because the sound just starts to stutter like crazy. The whole map just lags. Yeah, Mr. SCP. I've tried to read some of the lore on SCP a couple of times, and never really manages to hold on to me. Where are we? Should we go to the big cave? What do we have on us? Well, our inventory is basically empty, so we might as well go to the big cave. No, I know, but I mean, I went to, like, back when you first told me about it. You gave me like a link, and I went there and I started reading like the forum posts and info about it and all different aspects of it and what have you. And I went back a couple of times. I've been back since, but it's hasn't really caught my fancy. Well, my stone piles are still here. Let's get to it, shall we? Let's turn RTX back on if it isn't. Yeah, it is. Good. Come on. Fall over. Flat on your back. There you go. Good boy. It's going to be a while before daytime anyway, and if I'm here I thought might as well pick up some of this ore. I'll show you around the greenhouse once the sun comes up. I remember watching Oh, I can't remember the guy's name. Fuck. He makes YouTube, like, Minecraft videos, and like one of his little catchphrase is a Canadian. One of his little catchphrase saying is "my mans." He does these like 100 days in this and 100 days in that and hardcore and that kind of stuff, and he's got a fairly well scripted storyline for certain aspects of it, and he makes them. I'm not sure if he did 100 days in it, but he went into SCP, and he went in and he just started to mess around and poke fun at the people in there. But he became some sort of a guard, and then he'd always do like more or less the opposite of what they were what they were telling him, or he'd try and get into like restricted areas and talk his way out of it, and he got thrown in the brig over and over. That was funny. We'll leave it there. I'm going to be off for nearly 10 days. Tonight is my last work night, and I've got the weekend, the whole of next week, and next weekend off. So probably tomorrow I'm going to go to the store and load up on Munchies and Red Bull, and I'm just going to be playing games for 10 days straight. I'll take a break every now and then and go visit my friend down the street. I haven't been to his place in quite a while. He's building a house, and they've progressed quite a lot. And the last time I was there, he was at the stage where they were going to start putting drywall up. That's more or less what he tried to do in smaller increments. Now, the thing about those things is, it's all, a lot of it's about like the fan written fiction and everything, and I really didn't get that deep into it, but outside of like a D&D style game, is there even, you know, that kind of aspect to it? Do people like game in SCP outside of what's in the Half-Life engine? Because it's not one of those things that I would really see myself getting anywhere near to going deep on if there wasn't you know, like an avenue of putting it to use, so to speak. If there was a place where you could play out certain scenarios, and things more or less, you know, air quotes, come to life, for it to just be on paper as fan fictions and self-created lore, it's not really one of those things I'd be particularly into. We still need masses and masses of iron for the rest of the greenhouse that we're building. We're nearly full, and we can go home. Do we have anything we can throw away that's of any consequence? Well, I don't really need the coal, do I? That's 8 kilos. I don't know why I have all of that rope on me. That's 2 kilos. I don't need the sticks right now. I've got like over 1,000 coal at home. I don't know why I keep mining it out. Well, that's good enough for now. I don't want to jinx it, but are we going to get out? Yeah, we managed to make it out without the free gift at the back of every cave. Ammonia. We're going the right way? Yeah, more or less. Let's bring Discord back up. Four, 8, 12. Guy just put in the Discord that he checked 30 caves for veins in the Riverlands, and out of 30 caves, he found the ore veins in 18 of them. 4 were iron, 4 were copper, 4 were sulfur, 3 were silica, and 3 were gold. So to make any use of that stuff, any serious use of that, you'd really have to put a drill on every single one of those. But I mean, that's 30 caves, and we're talking Riverlands. Those caves aren't exactly close to one another, and the terrain is particularly uneven. So you'd have to... You'd probably spend a good chunk of time just going round and round, checking up on your drills. Oh, I got the bridge finished. But I got it completely finished all the way to the end. That was one thing. What I'd be more interested in, honestly, is if he put a drill down on each one of them. I'm asking if he's got any yield figures on that, but probably not. Well, this is mega greenhouse number 1, which we finally got finished. I'm yet to populate it completely with crop plots, and it's 2-tiered. I've got about 50% of the crop plots in. I just have to do this side. There's going to be 196 crop plots in each one, and I've got 2 of them. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. Yeah, and then basically there's going to be a clone of that over here. I just need to get the roof on it and put the stuff inside, obviously. I just haven't figured out what I want to put here. I know I want it to be like a gazebo, but I haven't really come to an out-and-out conclusion on like what style to build it in. Right, the gazebo will go there. Oh, and I finally moved the stupid generators out into this little building back here, so they can chug away and make all the noise that they want. How are they doing for fuel? Halfway. Yeah, that's alright. We've still got plenty of tree sap. You wanna calm the fuck down? Well, that was rather odd. How are we doing for oxygen? No, we're fine. Okay, let's chuck some stuff in the furnaces, shall we? Put the gold in there. We'll put the titanium in there. Yeah, I mean that's the other point. I mean the drills themselves obviously aren't gonna be all that cheap. Let me bring up the post where he actually gave the figures. Dum 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 dum. Here we go. Electric drill. 33 aluminium. Or not even the thing. Oh, okay, he's broken it down. He's broken it down. Here we go. Here's the actual final recipe. 25 aluminium ingot, 20 electronics. So in that you've got to assume 60 copper, yeah, and the 20 gold to make the electronics. 12 steel screws, 8 titanium, and 8 carbon fiber. Yeah, so that's all T4 stuff. Oh, it's ore cost. The guy broke it down. Where was it? Electric drill. 33 aluminium ore, 120 copper ore, 40 gold ore, 72 oxide, 112 sulfur, 6 iron ore, 40 titanium ore, 8 silica ore, and that's it, which is a little odd. Yeah, that's about it. And then, you know, give or take some of the other stuff like wood and, you know, whatever else it is you need to make resin and stuff like that. But ore wise, that's the basic cost. Yeah, and if you break it down, one, you know, aluminium you can't mine with the drill thing. So you've got 120 copper. What did we say? It was you got 4 in 2.5 minutes. So double it, that's 8 in 5 minutes. 5, 10, 15, 8, 16, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So it's 8 times 12. So you get 96. You get 96 ore per hour. And it takes 120 copper ore. Let me see, what's that? That's so 96 per hour. 120, add 40, add 72. Let's say it can actually mine oxide, just for argument's sake, if you're looking for 1-to-1. 6, a coal, titanium, silica. What did I miss out? I must have missed out. Okay, so he's so it's total 432 ores. 432 divided by 96. So it would take you 4.5 hours of the machine running to recoup what it costs to make. And only then are you actually making anything. Well, yeah, but it's all the. To be honest, it's the ancillary things. It's the fact that if you use the biofuel one, you need to make the biofuel, but then it's going to take even longer to do. If you use the electric one, then you have to have a generator, which again is like a bunch of electronic. Like you have to have an extra one, yeah? Because other than the one that you have at home, you have to put down a generator in every location you have a drill, yeah? And then you have to fuel that. Who knows how quickly it sucks dry a can of fuel. So you have to go and visit all of them just to refuel them from time to time anyway. And every time you go there, let's say it works relatively efficiently, and let's say it takes a half an hour to suck a can of fuel dry. It's going to take you more than half an hour to run the gauntlet around the multiple of them you have set down. Yeah, so ergo, by the time you finish, you can start again. And then all you're doing is keeping on top of some drills, and you're not doing anything else in the meantime. So you need to be able to use, you know, only a few of them. Let's say like 2 per type of node in a relatively small area to not be just servicing the drills. It's got to make your life easier to some point, to a certain degree. If all you're doing is faffing about on the if all you're doing is faffing about on the drill, then there's not much point to it because you're not actually getting on with the other parts of the game. I mean, it just seems to me like just about every type, every higher level tech that they've tried to introduce into the game so far, because they're nowhere near getting the system balanced. You seem to be it's just adding complication for complication's sake to draw out the amount of time you're spending on the mission. Because the missions themselves don't have enough substance to last very long. Like the one place where you probably would have been able to make, oh, of course, I mean, since they upped the spawn rate of nodes and reduced the costs of certain things, it's easier to get into T4, and I find myself getting there more and more quickly and making more and more items. But in the vast majority of missions, I'm not doing it because I have to. I'm doing it because I feel, because I want to. Yeah, like, I don't have to have a hunting rifle, but if I know I'm going to go into the Arctic, I'd much rather have one than not, because shooting a polar bear at 200 yards with 2 rounds is a lot easier than having to fucking fight it with a bow. So then I at least get the T4 bench so that I can make myself the hunting rifle, because honestly 40 titanium isn't really a big thing to get. And once you've got the bench and the time and the willingness, you can get a whole load of the other things as well. It's just they're unnecessary for the completion of the mission. And a lot of people aren't going to do it for the fun of it. They're there to complete the mission, and they'll be able to get that pumped out in, you know, depending on what it is, anything from 15 minutes to 6 or 7 hours, and then they move on. And it gets boring doing the same thing over and over again. Okay, what else do we need? We need epoxy. That's what we need here, isn't it? Yeah, we need epoxy. So it's basically sulfur and wood. Yeah, and I upgraded the house a little. I added an extra floor and gave it a proper style of roof. Made like a little mezzanine. This is where I would have my bedrooms if I were actually going to live in it. And this would be like the kitchen and the dining area, where you could come down and communally have breakfast. And this is the crafting area, where we've got everything we need. I actually made a chemistry bench as well. I haven't powered it yet because I need another generator. But it's basically just a herbalism bench. It just does things faster. That's it. Yeah, you can make beer and wine here, which you otherwise can only do at the kitchen bench. And you can make both the tonics and the pills in one place. Yeah, so This you'd normally make on the herbalism bench, and this you'll normally make in the kitchen bench. So you can go straight from raw materials to tonic, from tonic to pills in one place, and do it a little faster. But once you get to the point of having the materials to make this, you've already had that and that for a long time. So they basically rolled that and that into one thing. But one, it costs a lot to make. Two, you have to power it. And the only advantage is that it does things faster. Well, actually, tell a lie. It does things at the same speed those things used to. They just slowed those down to make that seem fast. That's it. It doesn't make it cheaper. Yeah? It costs the same. It costs the exact same materials to make it on all things. It just does it at the same speed you used to be able to do it on those benches. So they artificially created a need for something now people aren't going to make, simply out of spite in a lot of cases. I mean, the only reason I've got the electric version of all of these is, one, it's the outpost, and I've got basically unlimited resources. And the volume of buildables that I've had to make to build these things, it would have taken 2 or 3x the amount of time on the old style of bench. Without the extra speed that these things give me, I'd still be building a lot of that stuff out there, because I'd be waiting on the benches to craft it. But this is the only time that these things really shine. The only time, when you're making a large amount of them. But when are you ever going to make that kind of thing on a prospect, when the prospect lasts 7 to 30 days? Who's going to put, 250 hours worth of gameplay into it when it's just going to go poof? Oh, definitely. They always approach the problems in the wrong way. Yeah, it's basically the typical bullshit. Yeah, the fucking socialist and communist type way of looking at it. Yeah, we don't have a problem, we have a solution. So we have to make we have to make a problem to make our solution valid. There was no problem. They had to create one so that their solution worked. It wasn't broken, but we have to try and find a way to fix it. Mentality. Oh yeah, for sure. The only reason I'm building this is it's on an outpost. There's no way in hell I'd build anything anywhere near as elaborate as this on a prospect. No way in hell. If it wasn't if there's no persistent server like Minecraft servers can be, yeah, there's no way I'd ever consider building anything this elaborate in a prospect. Yeah, the biggest places I build tend to be 4x3 footprints with the ground floor where I have all the noisy shit, first floor where I have the machines, and then depending on how it's built, I might add an extra floor where I put like the superfluous things I don't need anymore in the bedroom. That's it. Yeah, so the main house would be this big. Yeah, from the wall to here. Yeah, and that's it. Ground floor, this floor, and maybe one other floor above it. Yeah, this place is already more than twice the size of the house I'd normally build. And this is small in comparison to what I want to build here. I want to build a nice big sprawling mansion, but that's again simply because I've got nothing else better to do, and I find this kind of thing interesting. And on the outpost you can, because it's not going to disappear. Okay. Lots of blah blah. No whack whack. I've got to go whack whack for some... Where did I put the rest of that iron now? I lost track of my iron. But I do need to empty this out, otherwise it's going to start overflowing. So I'm going to go out and mine some sulfur. Okay. Oh, we can turn that into epoxy. I've got more silica than I can shake a stick at the moment, so I'm going to concentrate on sulfur. I've still got stacks and stacks and stacks of unsmelted silica ore. And I've got my glass working bench and a cabinet full of glass. I know I'm going to need more, but sulfur is more pressing right now because I need epoxy. And it's really a shame. It really is a shame, because I guarantee you there's probably a good couple of thousand. Yeah, I don't want to say tens of thousands because I don't know, but it probably is, to be honest, tens of thousands of people that have just passed on. Yeah, they got whatever they could out of it to a certain point, and they're putting it on the back burner for when things change. I mean, similar to you, and it's completely understandable. Completely understandable. Yeah, and there's probably tens of thousands of people like that. And those people would more than likely still be playing the game if they address things differently. It's like Dean Hall comes up with really good ideas. Yeah, but he's also the king of how to best piss off your player base. Yeah, because DayZ, I've looked at it since. I've never played it, but I've taken a closer look at it. Watched a whole bunch of videos and everything. And it looks like a really good game. I mean, it must be to have the following that it does. I mean, obviously, you know, hundreds of thousands of people wouldn't be playing it if it wasn't a good game. Yeah, but his follow-up was just absolutely atrocious. And left the place in the lurch. Made his little bit of money, and when things got a little tight at the company, and obviously he couldn't square away his grievances, he just moved on and made Rocket Works. And look, Stationeers, that's the game that they made. That's a really good game as well. That's got mostly positive reviews on Steam, and that's another that's on my wish list. I didn't even know it was a Rocket Works game until this came out, and I started to look into it more. No, exactly. That's the whole normal hierarchy of how things work. Yeah, lower tier stuff is grindy and takes you a while, and as you go up the tiers, it makes it easier to get more. Yeah, not the opposite way around. I mean, you could do something similar here, because I mean, this just came to me off the top of my head. If you were looking at something like that, yeah, if you wanted to implement something like that, just think about real world machines. You've got the 220, or at least in Europe, yeah, let's say in America it's 110 and 220 volt. In Europe it's 220 or 240 and 380. You could say the electric furnace can run on 2000 power, and it does things at this speed, and it uses this many resources. Or you can kick it up to the higher power setting where it uses 3000 power, but then it does things, you know, X amount faster, and it uses Y amount less resources. Yeah, and if you want to get the highest efficiency out of all of your machines, you have to make more power generators to get more power, to be able to keep them running at the higher efficiency. Well, yeah, because it's using more power, so the generator will use more fuel. You've got to make fuel more often, but that's the kind of simple trade-off which some people would be willing to do, but others might not necessarily want to sink that kind of resources into it to have so many more generators and need to keep up with so much more fuel. The thing is, I don't understand why you couldn't have both. You just you just kick it up a notch again. Have something that's fast and cheap, but then it costs more to make that machine. It costs even more to make that machine, and it uses even more power. That's more or less the end game that a lot of people would like to see. I'd definitely like to see that, and what a lot of other people would like to see. And of course, I come out to mine sulfur, and I run into silica and oxide at every turn. We've got a decent amount of sulfur. I mean, where are we so far? We've got 1, 2. That's 300 epoxy, which I'll use up on the glass working bench in about 2 minutes. If I had to choose, then I'd go with crafting cost decrease. Because the amount of time it takes, in the grand scheme of things, is relative. Yeah, and while if you really have to wait you know, I call in this kind of game a considerable amount of time anything that's over 15 minutes. Yeah, if you start something to craft and it's going to take more than 15 minutes, then there's a myriad of different things that you can go and do. Yeah, because you're not going to be up to date on everything. Yeah, you could need more wood or more leather or more iron or more whatever. You can always go off and do something while your machine is running. But I'd much rather have the base craft cost less. If that's what it came down to. If we were forced into a situation to choose. Okay, so we've got 500. 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 epoxies worth of sulfur. And it's coming up on night time, so we might as well go home. I mean, it's all about time and resource management. It's nothing new to people that enjoy playing the survivalist kind of thing. Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Then you could have what either side of the aisle wants all rolled up in a nice little package, but no. The main point was that two versions of... No, the two versions, it's adding in extra machines for the sake of going in different directions. I never really understand or enjoy. If it comes down to that, then it's that kind of thing that would put me off. Yeah, you could look if you go into the GUI. It says, look, requires 2500 power. You could easily have like a setting here of like overclock. You could say overclocking. Yeah, and then you have a button here for speed and one here for resources. And when depending on which one you've got selected, then it needs a different amount of power. Yeah, like honestly, if it meant crafting at the same speed as the lower tiered benches do, but then getting 25, 30 or maybe even more % reduction in the amount of materials it takes to craft, I'd be willing to have to provide this machine double the amount of power it requires right now, which would mean I'd need a dedicated generator just to run this one machine. And the same thing for all of them. If that's what it took, I would rather. Because the generator itself isn't all that amazingly expensive. But it's not necessarily these machines themselves that's the problem. Yeah, it's mainly getting up to this point. It's these three. These three are so key. And then with the alternate ways of getting resources, that should be not a simple slight supplement, but a possible alternative to you having to go out and slog for them. Because what is automation supposed to do other than make your life easier? Well, it's not really going to be making your life easier if basically all you do is cater to those machines to just barely keep up with what you need. It's like 24 of one or 2 dozen of another. They don't know what direction to fucking go. Yeah, well, look, hang on, look. Let me show you. Yeah, look at what I'm doing now. I go to make sticks. I click, poof, it's done. That's on me, on my person crafting. This is the highest tier machine in this category. Yeah, the highest tier machine. Oh, I already had some. It takes nearly twice as long to do the exact same thing that I can do on my person in nearly a split second. This is the highest tier machine. This actually takes composites to make, which is the end game material, and it's making something slower. But let's say even if it did make it faster, then why does making 10 sticks... Okay, the only way you could make that cheaper is by increasing the number of sticks you get from one piece of wood. Yeah, but when I go to myself, look, it's cost the same. It costs the same. But this machine needs half of the output of a generator, 2500 power, and it takes a stupid amount of resources to make. Then what's the fucking point? And you can look at every single one of them. They're all the same. All the same. Exactly. Exactly. But they aren't, because Icarus... No. That's exactly right. It's dwindling. That was rather unfortunate. I couldn't empty my inventory quickly enough. Oh, that's what's flashing at me. I was wondering what was fucking flashing. No. No, unfortunately. It's got a very nice premise. They just haven't done quite enough. Where's the other 100 epoxy that I just made? Oh, up there. Okay, I was like, fucking hell, where is it? I can't answer that question because I haven't played either of them, and because of the dinosaurs, I most likely I'll never play Ark and Conan Exiles. It just based on the fact that it's on Conan the Barbarian, it's one of those things that probably wouldn't get me into playing it because of that. But, you know, to someone else, could be their favourite game in the world. You know, each to their own. But, you know, I have different alternatives. Is it? Oh, okay. I don't know. I really haven't looked at it. I've given it a bit of a cursory look over. But I've always been in the middle of something else. When it wasn't Surviving Mars, it was Subnautica or Subnautica Below Zero. If it wasn't that, then I went into Death Stranding and Death Stranding Horizon, and you know, I've had in the past year, I've always been in the middle of something else, and these are all old games. No, okay, I get it, but I mean the genre, the genre that the whole thing is set in. That kind of thing isn't really my deal. It's the same reason why I'm kind of standoffish of playing Skyrim. It might be a really great game, but it's not in that subgenre that really interests me, or can hold my interest, should I say. I need more wood. Do we have more wood somewhere? I could have sworn I had more wood somewhere. Oh, of course, I used it to make all the crop plots, didn't I? Ooh, it's already 4:30. Bloody hell, the day really snuck by. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how I can watch Star Trek Picard. Because as far as I know, it's only on a particular streaming service that's in America. And I can't get an account to it. And so far they haven't, even though they're already in, I think it's in season 2 now. It's not available anywhere else yet. And I just saw a video today and did some reading on. They're looking at. Why do I only have 92? I've got one. Oh, that's epoxy. I need more tree sap. They're looking at doing a new Stargate themed series. The problem is I had a look at what information there is about it, and even that looks like, although they have a relatively okay premise, it's just something recycled. It's like something that we've seen 4 or 5, 6 times before, and the biggest problem is the last version of Stargate Universe, was actually very similar to the new premise that they're going to try and go with, and that only went for 2 seasons, and on the cliffhanger of the second season, it was basically left open to go in any direction, and they could have easily gotten another 2 seasons out of it without even trying too hard. It's just, you know, another one of those things where executives made decisions in the background, and then we get to pay for it and not having anything decent to watch. I mean, how you could drop Stargate when SG-1 had 12 seasons of service, or was it 10? No, I think it's 12. 3 feature-length movies, 5 seasons of Stargate Atlantis, which actually overlapped with the end of SG-1, and people watched them concurrently. It wasn't like, oh, I'm only going to watch this one or that one. People were like dead seriously into it. And then two seasons of SGU with a follow-up movie and the prequel. Why the fuck do you axe something that's got a 2.5 decade long legacy that people love? Why? That would have been like back in the day, at the end of Star Trek Next Generation, they would have said, oh, that's it, okay, we can shelve this one. Can you imagine? And there wouldn't be fucking Voyager and Deep Space Nine and Enterprise and Discovery and the four movies that came after the original motion picture crew. Yeah, but that was still back in the day before streaming services were particularly strong. They could have made money short term by selling it to certain networks. And it was a beloved watched show. Even more so than Firefly and Babylon 5. And those got the axe as well. So what is it we need? We need glass roofs. But I can't just click max because I won't be able to import the maximum amount of epoxy. I can do that though. And as I mean, look at how quickly it's just going to suck this up. Okie dokie, mate. I'm still going to be here. If you're going to come back later, have a nice walk. 1326, so I'm 4 short of completing 1 row. I have 3 rows of these to make. So I have to go through that 2 more times. Sulfur sticks, sulfur sticks, silica, iron, sulfur sticks. Oh, that's nice. I've miscalculated. Well, one, I forgot that I'd actually done half of that row already, or yeah, half of that row already. That one side of that was done. Oh, am I still streaming? Yeah, sorry. I just got into a nice discussion with a dude on Discord about Death Stranding because the director's cut is coming out in about a month. We'll let that do its thing. We're going to need wood to make more epoxy anyway. I'm doing more standing around and chatting on Discord at the moment, so, and I'm gonna be starting my work in a couple of hours. I want to have something to eat before that happens, so I don't really see the point of just wasting people's and my time here right now. So I'll get back to this a bit later once the Death Stranding hype is kind of toned down. So I'll see you.